Okay. Hopefully the audio is working. I can double check that one more time here. With any luck. There we go. So, hello everyone, and welcome to an early start. We're getting going a couple of hours early. Hey there, Oleg. Checking in with the kitties first, we do have Ember and Sammy on camera. Not clear where the others have gone. Maybe they're hanging out under the bed. But yeah, so last time we didn't get to what we were planning to do, but that's kind of how we do now. What we had, let me just switch on over here. Oof. Okay, where was I? Yeah, here we go. So we had broken movement a little bit, and part of the problem was that the sequence of events wasn't firing properly anymore. The directions to use and the targets to use weren't propagating down the chains properly. Fixed that, but then we had the problem that we weren't cleaning them up before they went back into the pool. In fact, most of them were being handled completely wrong, so we fixed that. So we're back to positioning and movement happening properly, but we also have movement working on the linked list pattern that positioning does. This is good, because it means that we can do things like create modifiers like what we've got for positioning. Because this is a basic 3-shot spread, but you can see 9 projectiles off of it. That's because it has double the number of projectiles added to it. They are not multiplicative in sequence. They are multiplicative, they're additively multiplicative up until the point that they're encountered. So, the fun thing about this is that it's when it is applied that it matters. So this is 2 doubles before the spread. If I go into the template, which is hiding somewhere that I don't know where I put it, there we go. So we have 2 doubles right here. Hard to see, but trust me. And then I have the spread pattern that fires 3 projectiles. If I move that above the 2 doubles, then the doubles are taking effect after the spread. So we only get the 3. The doubles have no effect anymore. So it's interesting. It's interesting. You know, I wonder. I haven't tried this. What if we do 2 spreads? I kind of want that to behave differently. Because the first one should adjust position again. And then the subsequent ones, it should go through 2 chains of position adjustment. I would really like it to go through 2 chains of position adjustment there. So that if I have a spread of spreads, that each of the spread, the units of the first one are actually a spread of the second one. But I don't know if that will actually work. But it's an interesting thought, isn't it? So right now we're going through and saying if something says it should continue spawning, keep spawning. We get its current position. We spawn the entity, which includes an initial movement assessment. Then we tell it to adjust positions, which is going to chain down through them. If we go into pattern spread, it determines the angles it should use off of the first one. Now the entity is adjusted accordingly based on what it receives. So whatever the entity has at the time it arrives, it's going to rotate its target direction. We should then fall back into another spread here. Let's double check. We tell a positioner chain to adjust position. And a positioner that adjusts position is going to set its initial direction coming in. Oh, this is why. Okay, it's doing its own adjustment and then passing it along. But that should still be okay. So the spread pattern adjusts its position, which should rotate the target direction. Then subsequently, we go and we save off what came in. We adjust our position based on the spread, and then if there's a next one, we call into that next one with the entity, which has had its target direction rotated based on the first one. And when they start spawning, they clear their initial direction. So how they came in, they clear. Okay, so if we go into our spawner. Hey there, King. Welcome. So the first time, we should get 2 of these in a row. Because I wanted to start coding again today. I did some last night to fix some of the bugs, and I wanted to do more. So it's probably going to be a longer stream. Okay, so we come in. Our bullet count is 0. And our initial direction here is, 350, 940. So then we do this again. We should have the same, I should have kept track of the entity. We should have the same entity. Bullet count should be 0. Yep. And then our angle to use really should be the same. Then its target direction is rotated. So each of these should be keeping track itself and rotating it again. And each one of them should say continue spawning because it has max bullets. Oh, I think I know what's going on. So this one should be finishing first. But it's not working that way. So this is where our burst fire pattern isn't accounted for. Let's circle back around because this is a bigger one to deal with. Summarizing it though, when we spawn right now, we just iterate and we're always creating an entity each time. But what needs to happen is that we go down and we find the one that's responsible for spawning this entity. And it ripples back up as each one is completed. So only when the final spawner says, hey, I'm done, does the prior spawner say, hey, I used up a bullet. So in the spread, every time this adjustment is happening, this is actually an adjustment on all of the projectiles that follow. So we need a way we need a way for this adjust position to actually internally, to call it internally differently. So when this one adjusts, it shouldn't use this up unless the subsequent one is ready or is done. So I need to have a, I'm finished with this, like a cycle has completed for me. And so that when each positioner is called for adjust position, we come in, we get our initial direction as it came in. Then we call our adjust position. We say, okay, if I'm adjusting position, it only counts as fully complete if the subsequent one, if there is a subsequent one, says it's done. If there is an next positioner, it will say, is it done? If it's done, if that last one says it's done, then I will increment my I'm finished step, or I have completed a cycle step. Let's write that down so I don't forget it, because it feels like that'll work. Okay, so it's only when, and I know there's some folks watching Oleg and King, again, welcome, and hope you're having a good day. Again, we're starting early, again. But in any event, welcome. Brain derailed in the middle of that, sorry. But anyway, we're explaining how this will work because I need to circle back to it. I want to tie off one more loose end that we started yesterday so that we can fully circle around, because we're going to have to do this. This is non-trivial for positioning. For movement, we don't need to worry about this because movement is has no recursive element to it. In that when we're positioning, if I multiply the number of projectiles, that has an impact on subsequent ones. Like if you daisy chain spreads, things get interesting. The best toasty. You'll have to define it. Okay. Oh man. The easiest and best ones, I think, would be like Colby Jack cheese in the center. I think that would be the easiest to have quality. You could add potentially some meats in there, but the greases of the meat would probably interfere with the cheese and the bread to some extent. So I would just go with the cheese. You don't want those extra oils and greases kind of the entire toasty. Bread-wise, no, it wouldn't have to be white bread. I wouldn't go for like a whole grain. if we're talking like a if it's a fully baked object in and of itself, like it would be the dough wrapped around the filling and baked that way, that'd be a little different. If we're talking something in like a like a press or similar, then we'd go with like ideally like an actual loaf, like a sliced loaf, not pre-sliced, a full, maybe like a country loaf kind of thing. Your yellowy breads. Dance recital, huh? Well, no worries. We started early, so there's plenty of time for you to wrap up whatever you're doing if that's what you want to do. But if it's something baked in an oven, I would still go for more of a bread dough than like a pastry dough. I'm not really fond of pastry dough. Like, I don't want something flaky, more bready. So yeah, something like a baked bread loaf filled with cheese. I think that would be, given the vague definition of the object, I feel like that would be ideal. Nice melty cheese in the center, some nice, puffy bread. I disagree, and that's what you're going to get. Baked bread towards the light end of the spectrum wrapped around Colby Jack cheese. There is your ideal. Good luck, Marshmallow. Okay. So, circle back to this. One of the other changes I made last night was that positioners extend resource. This will come back around later. Right now, we're going to keep using them to generate them the same way. This does make them a heftier object, but our pool structure still protects us from that. What it will allow us to do, though, is use these as export objects. As in, a class could have an export on it, and I can convert that class into a template. So in our, say, inside pattern spread, I could have exports for some of these values. Like, what's the maximum bullets kind of thing. Like these here. What's the default spread angle? And I could then create an instance of that of that resource and fill in those values. And then I could socket in that template elsewhere and duplicate that resource whenever we want to create one. So that particular instance, I could create multiple types of spread shot without having to individually create, this is a 3-shot spread in a 180, this is a 5-shot spread in a 90, that kind of thing. I don't have to create those individuals. That's why I have pre-created just count multiplier, count adjustment, because I can call these whatever I want. Like a text name, I can call them whatever I want. It's that individual instances of it could be like, this one adds 1, this one adds 2, this one adds 3. I don't need to have a really verbose creation of them. Okay. So the thing I want to wrap up is in movement now. So I started creating movement modifiers. and got derailed because we broke movement yesterday. So with movement, it is still a chain of targeters and movers. So the next thing we want... Hello, Yassine. Welcome. Joining us for what I hope is a bonus length stream. I have not heard of the avocado named that. Is this Rainbow 4 2 editions before Rainbow 6? So let's verify with our movement chain here. Each time we're going to go in, we're going to get target entity, we're going to get target direction, we're going to pass into move, and then we're going to call the overall move. Hey there, Dominique. Welcome, everyone. And then we're going to propagate back chain target entity in direction. We need that in the entity's movement. So I think when we call move, that's when we need to also update anything if we're dealing with a modifier. Doing well, Dominique. Doing well. We're making progress. Okay. Yeah, so when we call our move function. So this is the only thing that should be overridden when it comes to these guys. Oddity of Godot. If you have a variable that you're not actually using, say you've got an override where these aren't used at all for you, then you want to put underscores in front of them to indicate that you are intentionally not using them, or else it will put a warning in the compiler. Is that really a problem? No, because warnings don't stop anything. But what warnings do, is clutter your ability to actually see if there's a warning you're interested in. And that's not good. So it's a convention I'll try to stick to. Hello, Sky. I do acknowledge you, yes. So hello, Zane. Hello, Drew. And Sammy is a cutie. She really is. She went from being a very standoffish cat when she was first adopted to being very snuggly. She is not a close orbit cat, but she does swing through for attention. So kind of a large elliptical orbit. Ever encounter that? You have cats with different ranges of how close to you they get? Let's do a cat cam check while I'm talking about the cats. Where Ember has gotten off to. Oh, she's getting a snack, that's why. For me, Ember is a very close orbit cat. She is normally right across from my keyboard. Failing that, she is a few feet off to my right. Assuming she isn't coming in for snuggles. All of them, are closer when they're in for snuggles. So if she's not looking out the window, she's probably within a few feet. Sky is usually in his cat tree. He does swoop in, so he has a really variable orbit. Mason is, close elliptical, and Sherbet is distant. Sherbet has a distant orbit. Like, he'll come in for snuggles, but just really far out. Oh yeah. Birds and small rodents and bugs. Hello, Ember. Hello. She will recognize, uh, like, most of them don't. Sky seems to recognize his name a little bit, but I think he considers his name to be No as much as Sky. uh, the Ember, though, she notices. If you call out to her, she will notice. Okay, so inside of a modifier, we need to override the move function. So if we have movement, we're going to take this move function. Then we're going to call into movement modifier move faster. Place that in there. Type with my left hand. The right hand is very busy with Ember. She needs snuggles. But she'll crawl right up and like lay on my shoulder, a little baby carry going on. Purr away and sometimes rub her face up against my cheek. And if I stop at all, she gets resentful. Slowly type. So the reason that I was adding and removing lines is that you need the compiler to recognize that this line may have changed. If it doesn't recognize it, this class doesn't actually get created in the project. Idiosyncrasy of the editor. So then a movement has, I think I already put these in here. Okay, speed and scale adjustment multipliers. Let's check our constants. Okay, we're gonna have, oh, we need to change this name. This will break something in positioning. Just so. We'll check. Okay. We had to make sure that that was functioning. So one thing we can see is that these are twisted a little bit. These projectiles are arcing out a little bit weirdly because of the double spread. Let's remove the second spread. Show here. So they come out more tightly. The second spread was further rotating them, but a little bit off. So you got them fanned out. They were essentially twisting left as far as this kind of visual pattern would be concerned. So we'll need to clear that up. Back into constants. We need these, but we need comparable movement ones. Movement, speed. Oh, 0. No, but a chat integration or a viewer integration in some fashion, Lunar, almost a certainty. I'll probably have to get a C# library wired into it. I already wrote some of that. I should have a repo for that still sitting around. The code that used to take input from StreamerBot, pipe it into C#, which then in turn piped it into a text file, which was a Lua script, which Noida would then load in line so that I could reload it. It was jank as all get out, but I think I can make it actually useful in Godot engine. The transmute everything could actually be a fun one as the screen gets wiped kind of thing. We'll have to see. We'll have to see where we get. But yeah, a way that chat interacts, ideally in a way that isn't spamming chat. I might have to set up an external web page or something. We'll see. Because I don't want it to be chat spamming a whole bunch of like 1, 1, 1 kind of thing. I want chat to be chatting. Okay, we have the multipliers in place. Now we need movement to do similar. Okay, when it moves, let's say move straight line, we have our speed multipliers and adjustments in there. Yeah, overlays would be a thing. Maybe I'll get real ambitious and make a browser plugin. It still wouldn't work with people using phones. We'll have to figure out something. Maybe it will be text. But that's definitely something I want to do later. Okay, so then when faster triggers its move, is if next movement dot we need to change the name of this one. So this one will add 1, but it's not move faster, it's speed multiplier. Multiplier. There we go. Okay. So we have the speed multiplier in. So then we need to export. Multiplier as a float is equal to 0.0. Instead, we'll add in multiplier. So by itself, if you were to invoke this one directly, it does nothing. For a test period, though, we're going to say it is a multiplier of 1. So then we go into our movement pool. Now we need to go into constants again, and we need a movement type. Movement modifier speed multiplier. It's a gratuitously long name, but we're going to roll with it. These modifier speed multiplier. Pretty sure there is. Yeah. Pretty sure there isn't a movement modifier class anymore. There needs to be a way, there has to be a way to do a full recompile. Like a full rebuild, because there are vestigial things from objects that have been deleted and the like. Like there shouldn't be a movement modifier class anymore. Okay, then we're going to reload the project. Sadly, no. I'd have to do a text search. Actually. It says... There's an implication of tabs there. Yeah. We'd have to manually go through. There might be a way to actually do a full search. Find in files. Here we go. Found it. Yeah, it doesn't exist, but if I do X as movement modifier, no such thing. Because this file has been deleted. But there is residual elements in the code that are looking for it. Hey there, Kimberly. Welcome. I'm gonna guess Boshi or Bochi. But hello. And yes, those are 3 of my cats currently. Let's see how many we can spot. Sky up in his tree. Mason and Sherbet at the top of the bed camera. Along with Sammy. And hello there, Ezio. I've seen videos of blind cats. It's a sad, common reality of feral cats is eye infections. So a lot of them that are taken into shelters sometimes need eye surgery where it has to be destructive. There are other non-disease vectored eye damages that can lead to them being blind, but do I still remember you? Unfortunately, no, Ezio. It is interesting watching blind cats adapt. Please don't be offended if I don't remember you each time. It really is a reinforcement scenario for me to be able to remember something. It's like when I navigate. It's like navigation for me. Location names mean nothing. Navigation is muscle memory for me. A profile. Just checking to see if there's some sort of cleanup here. Hello, Wolf. Verbosity. Yeah. Oh. That's .NET, which we're not using. Not part of the interface. OneDrive. Got a question? Just fire away. It's not the editors. I have this voice because it is part of the engram of the director's mental state at the time that control of the factory was passed over consensually and non-destructively. And Nanotype's body is genderless. See? No bits. Primary or secondary. Sometimes I joke with people more when they ask that question, depending on whether it was posed a little more politely, like you did, or if it is just straight up, "Why you not girl?" I tend to ask what it is. Is it the hollow chest cavity? but no, I get it. I get the question. Actually, it's not a shortcut. Oh well. Oh, never, Ezio, never. I mean, in some of my older videos, you might see my hand. Not even if I hit 100K. If I hit 100K, at that point we might be looking at a model addition or update. Certainly a model addition or update by 100 million. Okay. Need brain to worky. Okay, we reloaded the project, which means we should be able to go into the movement template here. And we're going to add an element that is a movement modifier speed multiplier. So it should go twice as fast now. Nyom. Nyom. We're making a Vampire Survivor style game. More like something like Bioprototype, with inspirations of due to the inspirations of things like Noida. Okay, we call move. So this is, we're done with all of the prior movements, which means we can then do a function score, because we'll only do this internally. Go and get these guys here. We clear these in general. It's not required, but I not infrequently click the mute on a tab accidentally. And hello, Levi. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hello, Ember. Hello. This here, let me just block your camera a moment. Underscore. Must type around cat. Instance. Bald. Let's Speed adjustment. Oh, I'm sorry. Ember is very vocal. She trills. The only time she makes more of like a long meow sound is if she's playing with something. She likes there are a couple of soft toys that she likes that it's a real loud cry that she does while she's playing with it. Completely different. Otherwise, she trills. You can get an idea of potentially what she wants or how she's reacting based on that. A sharp, short trill is, no, don't do that. And I make the cat fly with, I'm not sure what you're referring to, Among Us. And also, welcome. Okay, let's make sure that that's functioning. Okay, I think we fixed that part of the multiplier. So now we're going to go into the speed multiplier again, and we're going to say 2. So this will triple it. Don't think it's working. That seems a little faster. Okay, yeah, it's definitely faster. Nyom. It's subtle on some things and less on others. So then we're going to speed additions are a little trickier. Because we need to add in the style of the numbers we're actually dealing with. So in an adjustment, so if we duplicate this one, make it an adjustment, say adjustment, so, and it's going to be multiplied by what is it? Constants square. All movement speed is in multiples of a square. Oh, no, that's square. So an adjustment of 1 is going to be a full square of movement speed per second. So now we need to go into our movement pool and we need to add this one. This is part of the structure that I intend to change. We'll get there. constants. At that one, reload the project. So now we have an adjustment in there. So now we can go to the template, and instead of that one, we do an adjustment. And in the adjustment, so this is going to add one to like one block to the speed. Hey, Guardian. Okay, now if we default the adjustment to 3, this is very akin to the multiplier. Nyom. Oh, that should be 0. We're going to set it back to multiplier. We're going to check our algorithm here for spiral. We add the adjustment. We use the multiplier. It should be times equal to. Which should be the same as adding 1. So if I go into the multiplier, we added 3. That should be the same as doing that. This is a much smaller impact, which is weird. How are you doing, Guardian? How you doing? Do that. So angle change is 30. We apply the speed adjustment. Angle change still 30. We apply... Oh, that's why. Because a speed adjustment is still a... It's very different. Speed adjustments aren't terribly useful. That's why the multiplier was having such a big effect. We were adding a pretty big number to the angle change. This adjustment means something very different for angle changes. By constants. Okay, no, we're going to change this entirely. Hey, Sniper. So we go into a speed multiplier. We're going to remove the adjustment having that width. And we need to address that in the movement type. It needs to... starts at 0.0, and we're going to add that. How you doing, folks? How you doing? Okay, so anything that's moving based on square widths needs to do it this way. Frequency handles that differently. Oh, no. No, that won't work. This will throw things off. Needs to be this. Need to fix this a moment, just a second. There we go. I can declare statics. Default movement rate is 1. I'm using that in a couple of places where it doesn't depend on any of the member variables. Or at least... Oh, good point. Oh, no, we don't know what this is. We need this to be a non-static. This is individual to the particular one. I see Parabugs raiding us. Hello, raiders. Are you friendly, raiders? Hello, Jason. Welcome. Welcome. We're working on our game dev project. 1, and this is what that needs to be. We are working on a Vampire Survivors style game that has a modular weapon construction akin to things like Noida or Bioprototype. Bioprototype is a Vampire Survivors style game, but people are less familiar with that than Vampire Survivors. Player right. That is equal to 1. Straight line. Yep, we got that one. Face target doesn't care about that. Face target isn't done yet. Okay, so in this case, the angle change is increasing by the adjustment. This is just an angle increase. I might have a constant in this one that is how much the angle changes by. Yeah. Let's do that. So we don't want to do default angle change, because that ends up just being the same as a multiplier, where the count is a multiplier. We may yet do that, though. Let's do that. So speed adjustment and multiplier work the same for the angular rotation of the spiral. Silly me. +1. Yeah, I'd agree on that, Lunar. It is definitely better than we see. Well, I think it's better than what we see out of a lot of other attempts at duplication. Even with a lot of indie shops, I like that style of game, but I feel like a lot of them are trying to put their own spin on it, and they don't think it through. Like a classic issue is where the weapon upgrade system is, it doesn't feel more powerful. It feels trivially incremental, you know? Plus 10% damage. That's not as cool as, and now it ricochets more often, or, it completely changes its function. The Vampire Survivor's Lightning Bolt upgrading to its final form creates that strike from above AoE followed by a line across the screen. That's neat. I feel like that's a core element of Vampire Survivors gameplay, is that moment where you feel like your power has gotten out of control. Where you're just destroying everything. That feels really good. Because the learning curve is from, I don't know how this stuff works, to, oh man, if I get this upgrade, it's gonna wreck stuff. Straight line. Okay, so we have speed adjustments in multipliers. We're going to take a brief break right now. I'm also going to take this opportunity to save and store off the branch so we don't wreck something here and lose the ability to revert. So, be right back. I return, everyone. Do you find my be right back screen disconcerting? Okay, let's get that in there. Okay, back in we go. Back in we go. All right, so now let's get scale modifiers in here. I used to have a scene transition that came to be known as the jump scare scene transition that I would use for those be right back moments, but it wasn't working. There's some aspect of it that I need to figure out how to do properly when I'm creating the transition image. Just wasn't doing what I wanted it to do. Okay, so now this is a scale adjustment. So then scale multiplier. Okay, so got the scale ones in there. We're going to go into our pool. Oh, sorry, we're going to go into our constants first. And not patterns, movements. Wires, scale, fire. Adjustment, comma. Oh, they need to return their type too. Correct this in a moment here. Modifier, this is speed multiplier. Is speed adjustment. Modifier, scale multiplier. And folks, if you got any questions or anything like that, feel free to just ask away. I can't guarantee that I'll see it right away, but I will try to get to it as soon as I look up from coding. We need to have this in here or the pooling doesn't work properly. And things get really weird if the pooling breaks down. So now we're going to take this. That. Scale. Needs to be a multiplier, actually. There we go. So now we can add these in after I reload the project. You have to reload the project so that the templates actually recognize the content of the enum now. Go into our testing yarn ball. We have a movement modifier, but what we want is a scale multiplier. This will make the spiral expand faster. Yep. So it expands essentially laterally or in the direction that it starts moving. Since default movement scale multiplier. Spiral has scale adjusted accordingly, right? Movement, right? Yep. How did I do that move straight line? I can do it this way. There we go. 1 plus the adjustment times the square width. So adjustment. Set that to 1. Set that to 3. Which is comparable to a multiplier of 3. It's not working. It's 1 plus the speed adjustment. Oh, no. We need plus scale adjustment. The speed adjustment is added in here because we want speed to increase. I'm sorry, scale should increase the lateral expansion of the spiral. The radial expansion of the spiral needs to increase in accordance with the speed multiplier if we want to get a nice linear increase across the board. Doesn't seem to be doing what I want it to do. Triple speed adjustment should be scale adjustment in multiplier. Wait. Scale. I don't know why that was even compiling. Welcome back, Aviation. Are we getting a speed multiplier into this template at all? Oh. Speed adjustment. Distance. Default. Speed adjustment. Then in movement, that's why default should be 0. Those are my cats, Aviation. Yes, that's 2 of them. The upper one, the tan and white, is Sherbet, and the tuxedo is Sammy. The adjustment is 3. Don, the black and white cat, is Sammy. Is that not getting called? Be in our movement pool. Scale multiplier and adjustment, scale multiplier and adjustment. Why did this not get called? Hey there, Okami. Good to see ya. Yeah, we're working on our game. We're trying to figure out why this isn't getting called. Because we should be getting that value in there. Scale adjustment. There we go. Huh. Oh, move player. Oh, that's why. This speed multiplier and scale multiplier need to be defaulted. There's our scale multiplier. Okay. We have our modifiers in place. Let's make sure that they are defaulting to 0. There we go. So you need to instantiate you need to create a template of these for them to really do anything. Otherwise, they just operate at default. Okay. So now we need two things. We need delays and we need spawn triggers. So if we go into our spawner, we'll look at positioner. So when we come in to start spawning, we reset everything. Continue spawning. We say whether it should keep going or not. Adjust position. This is where it's interesting to us because we need to make sure that when we are actually doing our position adjustment, like in spread, that there is a moment where we say, okay, this adjustment is done. This one is done with its work. Once it's done with its work, the prior one knows that that particular moment is done with its work as well. Let me see if I can articulate this better. So, 2 spreads in a row. Each spread creates a fan of projectiles. By default, it's using 3 projectiles right now. So it will go through and say there should be, anytime a bullet comes out of this, it will convert it into 3 or more and fan them out over its arc, in this case over 90 degrees, equidistant from each other. What we want is, if I do a second spread, is that each one of those 3 projectiles from the first spread now converts into 3 spread out in the same fan from that one. So you'll get some overlap if that happens, because those 90 degrees will start to kind of bump. But to do that, positioners need an internal function that completes it. And we also need the positioner chain to say it's time to spawn something. So there will be a Boolean value that gets reset each time we do an adjust position. So each time it's called into, that needs to be replicated up. So if at any point one says like, hey, do a thing, then we can spawn. So in general, only the end of a chain should do a thing. Yeah, Sammy tends to lay down. She'll lay down on her side or she'll curl up like that. Sammy generally doesn't loaf. Mason loafs and Ember loaf. Sky will loaf, but you're generally not going to see it on camera. He lays on his side when he's up in his tree, or on the heating pad with Ember. Most of them lay on their side if they're on a heating pad. I mean, they want to get maximum toast, but sometimes they just want to toast their belly. Ember will occasionally loaf, but she'll extend her head and neck out, so her belly, her neck, and her chin are all on the heating pad. She is getting full exposure. This will return true. Let's see, undo. Well, thank you, undo. I appreciate that sentiment. Let's see, Don, you are on widescreen. On widescreen, if you're on the web page interface of YouTube, there's a button for whether it's live or not. So if you have actually fallen behind, sometimes a delay will reach a point where you're not live anymore. You can just click that live, and it will jump ahead to the current live feed. We're done adjusting if we have completed all of our steps. Hey there, Jamel. So if the child is not done adjusting, we're not done adjusting. I put that. Done adjusting. Okay. How are we going to do this? So, again, with double spread, the current spread, if it has children, isn't done until its children are all done. So we should check whether we're done adjusting at the end. And we should set an internal variable. So this will be we're done adjusting. We have something that some part of the adjust position logic will tell us whether we'll set it up to be we're done adjusting. So this is by default true. And done adjusting, we need to be able to call. Equal to next position or done adjusting. If done adjusting, then adjusting. It's not quite right. So we know whether the children are done adjusting. This is the point at which we actually move along. So we've called into the children, we've done our adjustment. For the purposes of spread, this is when we finish our adjustment, is that we increment the bullet count by 1. And our bullet count being less than max bullets is what tells us that we're not done yet. If it's greater than or equal to max bullets, then we know that we have finished our adjustment. Okay, so done adjusting here in pattern spread. This is not actually overridable. These are overrides. Done adjusting is greater than or equal to. We know whether we're done adjusting. So we have a finish adjustment step. That we need to call once all of the children are ready. Tuxedos tend to look similar to each other. Especially from the back. Usually the front and face is where you get a lot of difference. Sometimes the mittens. Sammy's around 2 or 3 at this point. I'd have to check. And hello, quote. We're not done adjusting. It's if chain is done adjusting, then we're going to call finish adjustment. So this is, we've adjusted the position. We know that we have done what we need to do. If all of the children have done what they need to do, then we're going to increment our own. Hey there, Kie. Thank you, I appreciate it. So now we need done adjusting, we need finish adjustment. I need to set up class templates so that when I create a position modifier or a positioner, that it fills in all of these with the appropriate comments on what to override and what not. Or, I'm sorry, it will include all of the overridables. So incrementing the bullet count only happens when all of the children are done. So then I need a ready to spawn marker. Actually, no, this should be okay. Let's try it. So you have 3 at a time. Okay. Now we're going to do a double spread in our template. In theory, this should give us 9 at once. Only 5, which isn't right. Okay. So in spread, each time we're going to adjust our position, then we're going to call into the child to adjust its position. So the first one calls in, and it's called in multiple times. I think that's part of the problem. This needs to be called multiple times. Because if I call this several times each... Oh, no, this should still work. This one should only be incrementing... It should only increment bullet count when the children are ready. So it comes in as false. I'm sorry, comes in as true. We get our initial direction. It's predetermined. We adjust position ourselves. We will use that position adjustment to rotate it based on which bullet we're dealing with. 0 through 2 in this case. Then, if there's a subsequent one, we tell it, do your adjustment. And then if it's done with its adjustments, or if it's done with an additional adjustment, that it will increment the bullet count. So it's not done adjusting yet. So this returns false. This is false. It doesn't finish this adjustment yet. We loop through. We do the same adjustment again. So we're not affecting anything that would actually move it forward. All values should stick. Go into the spread. We shouldn't be getting any overlap between them. I mean, in theory, we are getting overlap, where the middle ones overlap. But how would I tell? Let's Let's add a little random factor in here. Plus, and float range from 0 to 5 to 10. Little wiggle. Yeah, there's overlap. That's why. Okay, double spread works. So we'll export max bullets. We're going to export spread arc. These are generated based on these. Default, it's 3. That's pretty much what we're demonstrating here. We have a lot of that logic. There's one more step that we need in the positioners to truly be done, and that's to add incremental delays to a given spawn. Keep it that way. It's not quite right. This should be a constant. This will mess with it. All right, be right back. Quick break. And we're back. Okay. We don't want this to be max bullets. Sorry, we don't want it to be this way. So this is the basics. Then we do this, do here, which would allow us in this process to say this is the base. This is the base spread arc. So we don't need these. Sure, it's still working. We've got our weird overlap. If we increase this to 5, yeah, this has a weird vibe to it. What we would want is the ability to say, how far are you from center, and to fan it out a little bit. Okay. So our bullet count will also influence this. So we have half of our max bullets. And then bullet count rotates along. So if we have 3 bullets, we have bullet 0, 1, and 2. We're interested in bullet 0 and 2. So if it were... needs to be kind of an absolute value, then a -1, +1 kind of scenario. Okay, no, we would have a starting value, which is divided by 2, and then 0 minus that is the starting value, and then we would add the bullet number. So if it was 3, we'd get -1. The truncate we would have a truncated int from a float. So we'd get 1.5, we'd truncate it down to 1. Our starting value is -1. So here, super long values is equal to max bullets divided by 2 as int. It's equal to 0 minus angle fan adjustment count plus bullet count times 10. So what this should be is, say we have 3 bullets. So we take our max bullets divided by 2 as an int. That's going to give us, like, if it's 3, it's going to give us 1. If it were 2, it's still going to give us 1. Which isn't right if it's 2. Because that will get us that'll still get us 3 values effectively. And we don't want 3 values. We still need to know the middle. So we know that there are 3 values. Do I know Spanish? I do not. I will recognize some Spanish words, but I probably won't know the meaning for a majority of it, and even if I do know a meaning for it, it might not be accurate. I don't. Them isn't right. Greetings, huge fan. We need to get the middle value of it. So amongst them, we need to get the middle value and figure out what the offset of it is. I want the spreads to be very offset from each other. Zero, 1, and 2. We subtract half. Bullet 0 and 1. We'd have bullet -1 and 0. That still doesn't work. We need -1 and 1. I don't think we can do this cleanly. So we could add a little wiggle to this, but I don't really want to. This is what we want to exaggerate. It's the fact that we have the starting angle that gets that. Effectively, we want to shrink and expand this based on where we are in the spread. If okay, let's say int mix bullets spread arc. Okay, so that's going to give us 90. And then we're going to add half and increment it accordingly. So if we increase the spread arc by max bullets, no, it still mimics it perfectly there. It was only the randomization that did that. We could add a value that we pass in to say you're this far down the chain, but I feel like that's overcomplication. I think I've overthought spread enough. All right, so now in our actual spawner function, we spawn an entity this is our first one. So now we need to have a way for the system to say, for the spawn chain system to say, like, okay, you need to wait. Or we're not ready to spawn another yet. Coming in spamming is not how you do. Oop. And then they thought they were clever. Silly folks. Silly folks. Anyway. So we need to know if we should do this yet. So even before we do all of this, we should ask the chain, are you ready to spawn an entity? All right, so we're going to go into positioners, and we're going to have logic that's called ready to spawn. And this is going to take delta as a float. It's going to return a Boolean, and by default, this function returns true. What this will be is we're going to ask the chain what should happen here. So then in our overridables, we have, just going to copy that whole thing there, ready to spawn. Returns true. And underscore it like that, so we say it's internal, and that's what you're supposed to override. So by default, it's true. Earn should spawn. Would spawn is equal to ready to spawn. If not, should spawn. And next positioner should spawn is equal to next positioner should spawn. ready to spawn. I think we need to do this in the other order. Yeah, we need to do this in the opposite order. If there's an expositioner, we're going to ask it should spawn is equal to that. So first we ask the children. So if there is there is another projectile in the spread ready. So ready to spawn is what we need to set next. Thing ready to spawn is entirely not done adjusting. That should always be true, though. This should always be the case. So we don't need the actual ready to spawn. Well, the internal ready to spawn. We don't need that. We only need the full ready to spawn function. And it will daisy chain down ready to spawn. And this is equal to done adjusting. Let's see if we broke it. Still working. So for the purposes of the spread, you should spawn something. Okay, well, we haven't broken that part yet, but we need to go into the spawner. If positioner chain dot ready to spawn. Do this. Delta. Okay. Now, the reason that we're doing this is I want to get the 3-round burst in. there is a delay between projectiles. We're going to need to change what this delta is. Hey, squishy boy. Wait, what? Is... Oh, welcome back then. We've been doing a lot of game programming lately. And thank you. The Catbot Factory broadcast updated from Catbot to Nanotype broadcaster. I think this is well ready to spawn that we want to do this. Well, there you go. There's the explanation why you missed them. Which is perfectly fine. So good to have you back. We're going to keep going while ready to spawn. I don't have any that are particularly massive anymore, or at the moment. Tom and Rorschach were my last heavy boys. We don't want to trigger start spawning until we're done. No, Rorschach and Tom passed away. Rorschach, Tom, and Weasley passed away. It may have all been the same thing, but I think Tom just had organ failure from old age. And then Rorschach and Weasley got sick. So, the new ones, since you've seen then, you can see two of them there. That's Sherbet and then Sammy. You may have seen Sammy before, but I don't think so if you weren't aware of Rorschach and Weasley. Well, who we can't see is Mason, who is another tan and white. Sky and Ember are snuggled up there. Let's actually set it to camera 1. Then we'll switch over. There we go. Have I seen the Eurovision? I have not. Doesn't ring a bell. Okay, if we're done spawning at this point, then we should start spawning and call into. Then we're going to go in ready to spawn. We don't want to start spawning until we're fully done with all of it so that we can get those delays in there. Done adjusting only deals with the current one. Like, we are done adjusting. And so during a positioner adjust position, if we're done adjusting with it, we finish there. Kitty cat has found something it likes. If the whole chain is done adjusting, we need a finished spawning. So let's look at our ready to spawn logic here. It will call into the next chain. No, ready to spawn can still mean they're not done. Huh. So, what is it? They have groups from different countries. Is it kind of like, you know, those singing or dancing competitions where you have judges say, okay, hey, the group from Denmark gets a 10 kind of thing? Of a pseudo musician Olympics, you know? Is it like that? Any individual being done adjusting. Okay. We need another pattern here. Oh dear. Ready to spawn. Function done spawning. Ends a boolean. Turn true by default. Nope. 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 It's to be. I just don't understand the contest aspect. Okay, we need to call all the way down to the children and then return that, so... Well, thanks, Squishy Boy. Glad to have you back. By default... Alright. Okay, so by default, we're going to say... if next positioner, then chain done spawning is equal to next positioner dot done spawning. Not... Oh, Hey there, Jonathan. If chain done spawning, then chain done spawning is equal to done spawning. So we ask every child if they're done. I don't know. If we're done spawning, if we're not done spawning, then we need to check the children. If we're not done spawning, then it means that the subsequent ones still potentially need to spawn things. Well, not done spawning. Okay. If position or chain not done spawning, do this. Then in the spread pattern, we need to propagate done spawning over We're done spawning, we're done adjusting. Or, if we're done adjusting, we're done spawning. Uh-oh. Okay, we have an inescapable loop going on. Ready to spawn needs to stop. Let's look at... Oh, we don't have a ready to spawn. That's why. Say, if we're done adjusting. And then in pattern spread, done adjusting is if we've got enough bullets. Done spawning. Let me start spawning. We're ready to spawn. So we go in and we adjust position. Still ready to spawn. Let's start with a simpler test. We go into our template and we remove one of the spreads. See if it still loops. Still loops. I recall you being in the streams. Yes, Tabby. Okay, so it's never getting out of this. Let's take a look at our entity template real quick here. That is the yarn ball. Okay. So we spawn the entity, we adjust position. Go in, we haven't set that yet, we adjust the position. We call into the subsequent ones. Oh, no. So here is our 3-part there. Chain is not done adjusting. We ask ready to spawn again. We should spawn, that's the first one. So we go in again. We adjust our position. So that is our spawn on the player that's happening there. Now we're going to call into the children, which should be the spread one. It is a pattern spread. We ask if we're done adjusting. Bullet count is 2. So we are... The child is not done adjusting. The next... So we call into ready to spawn. We're moving along. What we're trying to incorporate now is the idea of delays between spawn waves internal to the spawn position logic. So we trigger a spawn and you go kind of like 1, 2, 3. This is a Vampire Survivor style game, a bullet heaven, where the player emits lots and lots of projectiles with the intent of keeping the enemies from touching you. But in general, the enemies don't shoot back. They just swarm in. Count is 2. Okay, we don't have a next positioner. Oh. This might be the problem. By default, we're saying should spawn. Nope, we're caught in the loop. Are we done spawning? Should be no, because we're not done adjusting. Okay. Okay, we were only asked once. Why were we only asked once? Ready to spawn. It doesn't have a ready to spawn. Always returns true. I think this should actually be the default. Like, this should be the default for these two functions. If we're done adjusting, we're done spawning. We're ready to spawn if we're not done spawning. Oh, no, wait. Ready to spawn is if the next one is ready to spawn, it's eventually going to ask, are we done adjusting? Should be done spawning. We'll ask each one if it's ready to spawn. If all of the children, if any of the children say, so we ask the next one, is it ready to spawn? If effectively any of them return true, then we're not going to check ourselves. And we're saying we're done adjusting. We're done spawning, we ask if we're done adjusting. That's only happening once. Step in and say, are you ready to spawn? Children are ready to spawn. Check should spawn. Is currently false. Are we ready to spawn? Spawn is true. Okay, but the spawn position is always going to say it's ready to spawn, but the spawn positioners should return false to it. We don't want to have a loop, so there are some of them by default. Everything should return false to ready to spawn. Is it done adjusting? By default, they're done adjusting. Why is this looping? We're not hitting this. Should not spawn. We have an X positioner. Should spawn is false. Are we done adjusting? Don't have enough bullets yet. It's false. We have an X positioner. Wait, why did that go away? Yeah, we're trying to create burst fire where it's like one pause, one pause, one pause, longer pause. You know, it's kind of a 1, 2, 3 pause. 1, 2, 3 pause. So we don't have a full all at once. We should not spawn on this one. So we ask ourselves, should we spawn? We're done adjusting. Oh. Not. Okay, so if we shouldn't spawn, we should spawn if we're not done adjusting yet. Okay. Yes. I was saying we should spawn if we're effectively done spawning. No. I think this should be done spawning. We're not done spawning. No, it's still... Yeah. Done adjusting means we should continue rapidly spawning them. So we can be done adjusting, but not done spawning. So we should loop back around and spawn again after the next attempt. So we're ready to spawn. Until we're not ready to spawn, we're done spawning, we loop back around. Else, so now we need to add in the concept of if we're ready to spawn, then we're going to spawn. But we need a concept of we are now delaying. We're done spawning. We're going to head into a delay now. Done spawning should be when we allow it to go into this. So if we're done spawning and this is true. Hey there, Sam. So if we're not done spawning, we skip this loop. Okay, so we do variable done spawning is a boolean is equal to we're done spawning. We're done spawning, then the next time this kicks in, we're going to hit this and we're going to reset. Done spawning. Strawberry is a particular flavor. I mean, I'm not fond of the taste of coffee, so it'd be distorted there, but perhaps that strawberry coffee combo is just not working for you, I guess. If we're done spawning, we're going to increment this. Oh, variable Interval. Interval has passed. So Boolean is equal to false. If we're done spawning, then we're going to do this check. This is if not done spawning. Or done spawning or the interval has passed. Nope, we've looped it. Eventually, we'll hit done spawning. Oh. We need... We need to reset the done spawning value. Still not good enough. All right, interval passed. Once interval passed is set true here, it won't leave this loop. Spawn interval being greater than 0. I'm going to do that again here. We'll factor that out in a moment. I have no idea, Sam. I haven't seen Eurovision. I don't watch a lot of shows. Okay, there we go. interval past, has interval past. Okay. Doesn't show up in my shorts feed. Okay, so now we're going to go in and we're going to have a pattern, which is a 1, 2, 3 kind of thing. So it will have its own internal interval. Which doesn't care about this. It only cares about its current delta. So we're going to take our pattern spread. We're going to duplicate that. Pattern burst. Max bullets, there is no max spread on this one. We do it in spawner. What do we call it? Time since last spawn. And spawn interval. Float is by default equal to 0.5. Hey there, mate. We're doing pretty good. We are trying to get burst fire in. That 1, 2, 3 pause kind of thing. It doesn't adjust position at all. Doesn't mess with that. And it's going to reset time since last spawn to 0. 0. So objects can have their own script. Scripts, like a world object like these over here, can have an attached script that defines their behavior. You can have standalone scripts, all kinds of stuff. It should only finish adjustment. It's done adjusting. We do the finish adjustment. Okay, if its children are done adjusting, we call finish adjustment. No, it should be it's ready to spawn. Sure, let's zoom out. It's not done adjusting until all of the bullets have incremented. It will only increment bullets if enough time has passed as well. Many kitty. Okay, I hit the button too quickly, so we had a stacked refresh there. Okay, how will burst work? Because it has an internal interval as to whether it's ready to spawn. If its children are ready to spawn, that's okay. Our done adjusting is still not finish adjustment. So once all of the children are done adjusting, doesn't seem quite right. Okay, quick break, then we'll resume here. Okay. So what next? Child is ready to spawn. It's ready to spawn. I think we're still missing something. Hey there, Valena. Let me save off what we have real quick. So I'm going to start tampering again. Okay. Keeping the game rolling. Keeping the game rolling. It calls adjust position. But then its children are going to call adjust position. We need a way to prevent the spawn. So in burst, positioner. Hey there. So all of the children are done spawning. So we're always going to ask if we're ready to spawn. Are we done spawning? Hello, games. We are puzzled. We are done spawning as soon as we need a way to intervene. We need a way to intervene in the positioner process. So right here, where we ask the children if they're ready to spawn, we need a pattern that says, should it delay? Because as soon as we're done spawning, So we're going to loop until we're done spawning. Done spawning gets all the way up here, and if we're done spawning, we're going to move the global interval. So we're not done spawning yet. And it's our adjustment period. But in the positioner for adjust spawn, first we go in and say, we start this off if we haven't. We get our initial direction. We do our adjustment. Then we're going to pass it to the children. We should check for a delay at this point. Should delay. So this is, we ask if we should delay. If we should delay, then we won't move on to the children. This is where we should do it. Ready to spawn. So what we should do is if any of the children are ready to spawn, as of this point, then we should continue to spawn. But then, if we shouldn't spawn yet because of the children, then we should check to see if there should be a delay. If there shouldn't be a delay, then we'll ask if we're done adjusting. I don't know if we'll have something like that. That might be a power-up of some kind that we add. A non-weapon power-up that maybe soaks hits kind of thing. We could call it 10th life or something like that. Okay. We'll accept delta as a float. Boolean. By default, it returns false. Is this valid syntax? I wouldn't do that, but I guess you can have terminators, semicolon terminators. Spawn is equal to not should delay. Sam, I am live in another place on YouTube. There is a widescreen format on YouTube. I have a pinned message for that. I'm also live on Twitch. And hello, Jelly. Hello. Okay, should spawn at that point is it can't want to delay, and it can't be done adjusting. So we can just do a and not done adjusting. So we're going to check if there should be a delay. If there should be a delay, then we shouldn't spawn. If there shouldn't be a delay, then we're going to say, are we done adjusting? If we're done adjusting, we shouldn't spawn. Hey there, fan. I presume you are a huge fan. I say that as I recognize your current account, but I presume you are just huge fan with a truncated name, because clearly you wouldn't be fan or toaster or something like that, because that would be somebody dodging a ban. And you clearly can't be somebody who's dodging a ban, right? This is your opportunity for plausible deniability. So, you're just huge fan with your name truncated, right? You're not the prior person named fan who got a channel ban, right? Let me put it this way. If you aren't sure you're the account, okay. I'm to say. So, folks, if you get a channel ban and you make a new account for the purposes of dodging that channel ban, and then you tell me or you imply that you're that same person and that you're dodging a channel ban, then you're going to get banned again. Base kitty weapons, energy-based claw slash. Claw slash would be a viable thing. We'll need to be... There's nothing about that that would really be terribly difficult to do. Okay, so we now have should delay. So now if we go into burst, if we have adjust position, we need to know if we should delay. First, we ask if we're done spawning. We're done spawning if the other ones are done spawning. But we don't want to cut to trigger this twice. How do we do that? Should delay should only kick in after all of the children are done spawning. So this is when we should ask about intervals. In this case, we have the logic for a positioner, which is how they spawn. So like right now, there's two concepts of children. We have movement, which is a linked list, a chain of objects. So each subsequent one is the child of the last, functionally. Positioners in this case are why this fan of 3 is happening. So subsequent positioners are children of the current one. So this is the point at which we can say begin the interval. And we're going to add a Boolean called delaying. Boolean. By default, it's false, but Okay, by default, begin delay does nothing and should delay returns false. In burst, actually, we can take that out. Cool. Default that's false, begin delay, we have let's see. Just gotta check something real quick, folks. It's being tiresome. There we go. Okay. Delaying. True. Time / spawn to 0.0. Spawn plus equals delta. If time since last spawn is greater than or equal to interval is a Boolean. True. less than the spawn interval, then we continue the delay. If that continue delay is equal to false, continue delay there. Delaying is equal to false. Okay, we still need in begin delay equal to less than spawn interval delaying No worries there, Sam. I'm gonna update delaying in that. And here, we're gonna update delaying. We update the delaying. Not delaying. That means that the time since last spawn is greater than or equal to interval. We're not delaying, then time since last spawn is reduced by interval. Turn delaying. Okay. So we begin a delay. We update the delay value. This one is constantly resetting the value, but it will keep updating that. each time. If there is leftover time, it will count for that the next time a delay begins. And we reset it when we reinitialize. We're done adjusting. We want, when we're finished adjusting, so in positioner, so when we finish an adjustment, everything is done. That's when I think we're going to reset it. So finish. No, that's one adjustment. So okay, start spawning, we reset it. That should be fine. Oh, we need to add in the pattern name here. Hey there, Yuki. Pattern spread. So then in burst, we need to go now into our constants and we need to add a new pattern. We're going to remove these into our pool. This should cause some errors here. Okay, no, we removed those. Good, good. I do not speak French. Cause problems in pattern pool or positioner pool. There. Okay, so Gold Toaster. Person who is definitely not a person who has been banned multiple times. There was a person named Fan who got banned from the channel for arguing about a ban again after they were given a reprieve. If a person is banned from the channel and they make accounts to try to dodge that, that is, for one, a YouTube violation, but also really rude to the streamer. But I don't think that all individuals mean that when they don't understand that premise. So, if perhaps a new person if a person creates an account and they didn't understand that premise that has now been explained to them, then as long as I didn't find out they were a person who has dodged multiple bans because they didn't understand that, it wouldn't be an issue. So goodbye if that's what you'd like. But I don't feel like I should need to explain this to folks. Project. Project reloaded, and so now we should be able to, in our projectile template, we're going to add a burst. We're going to move that to here. Hey there, Bose. It's a quick 1, 2, 3, I think. It's not what we want. So we're working on a burst fire modifier that would be a kind of 1, 2, 3 pattern. So burst, then spread. So we want to have 3 spread shots, one after the other. But we're getting logic as if it's a cascading spread. Which shouldn't be possible when we're creating it. So we say burst, let's go into our positioner pool. So that should create a burst. It's a burst. Then in a spread, it's a spread. So let's make sure in burst we are actually going through the process here. Start, we reset it to max bullets. Well, we should only have 3 projectiles. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, let's get rid of the spread there. Hey there, Lucas. Welcome. It's 1. All right. During a physics tick. Come in. Positioner chain is not done spawning. It is done spawning currently. So since we're done spawning, we check if the interval has passed. Interval is not yet passed, so we're going to come here and we're going to wait until we get in there. That's what I'm going to have to try to figure out there is I can add a little wiggle to anything that creates multiple projectiles. but in general, that shouldn't be necessary. A double spread is the one that's tricky right now, and that's the one that I want to add a little variance to, but it's figuring out how to do it properly without it still being deterministic, as in the subsequent ones still continue. Okay, so we just hit our spawn interval. Time since last spawn reduces. Oh, definitely. Right now we're trying to get the bare minimum in, Sam, but we're going to start adding more and more stuff as far as what these things can do. And having essentially projectiles that attach to a projectile would be interesting. So when this one spawns, glue this one to it, kind of thing. So you might have one that is a bubble around it. You might have one that orbits around it. Interval has not passed now. We make sure that there are positioners. We are not done spawning, so we start spawning. Are we ready to spawn? We're not. So we're going to go in and say, are we done spawning? Are we currently done spawning? Yes, we are done spawning. There is a positioner and there is a chain after the other one. So is the chain done spawning? Don't need that anymore. So is the next one done spawning? Can I duplicate projectiles? Yes. Ultimately, we're going to have stuff like projectiles that spawn other projectiles that could spawn other projectiles. The goal is for it to build up and feel very different each time you make it, and then additionally, once you have it's very different each time. It's the more you stack onto it, the more powerful it should become. But there should also be moments where you say, well, I don't want to put this one on here because it will disrupt what I have. I'll make a new one. Or I would rather begin a new weapon than to continue messing with this one. Because you might add movement that makes it weird. We done adjusting. Do we have enough bullets? Bullet count is not greater than or equal to max bullets, so we are not done adjusting. So we're not done spawning yet. Do we have an next positioner? We don't. So we should immediately return. We get the spawn position. That was weird. Oh, things were skewed in position. I gotta reload it. How's my day going? It's going pretty well. No idea if it will be available on consoles or mobile. The process of getting it on a console or a mobile platform is actually non-trivial. Like, to get it on the Apple Store is a lot of hassle. Less so onto like Google and similar, but so there's a great deal of gatekeeping that goes on during that. So no guarantees there. The current plan is either some form of distribution elsewhere where the platform doesn't really restrict us, or Steam, or both. We don't care about the spawn position. We spawn the entity. We adjust the position. So we step in. We're going to come in the current entity. Our self is spawn on player. So we adjust our own position. There is a follow-up. It's ultimately going to be, it's going to depend, Bose. The concept is all of those have a gatekeeper process that is more stringent. Like, Nintendo will do a check to say, is this game worthy of us? And that might result in weird hurdles that have to be crossed that you might not elsewhere. Nintendo has backed off a lot on that, but it's still their walled garden. One way or another, I can cause a PC or web release. Long story short, we're a long ways from finished. And it will be PC, and then we'll see where else we might be able to put it if it works out. So we call into the next one for adjust position. And that should be, this is our burst pattern. So we call here into adjust position, where we do nothing. So then we say, is there a next one? There is not. Chain done adjusting. Oh. But we haven't said whether we're done adjusting. Interesting. This is all the children are done adjusting. Ah, okay. So now I'm going to say, am I done here? So we're done. We finished the adjustment. So now we're back out into the spawn on player. Now we loop back around to ready to spawn. We have an X positioner, so we're going to ask that because the current self is spawn on player. I don't really care about spawn on player. Should spawn is going to ask the next one. There is no next one. So should spawn is still false. So we step in here. So we're going to step into should delay. Oh. Wait. Where do we begin delay? Let me make sure we're beginning delay properly. Yeah, we never begin delay, so it won't ever delay. So in our finish adjustment, we begin a delay in burst. This is Godot. In particular, this is the 4.2.1 mono release. I'm not using the mono part of it just yet, but almost certainly in the future I will be adding elements that work with that. Oh, update delaying needs to account. So if we're delaying, else so we're less than, and we're still delaying. No, that's correct. So we increase it by the delta. We update the delaying value. A lot of account-based games, especially if it's on mobile, will bind your account to a number. And part of why they do that is similar to why subscription-based games will sometimes bind your account to a credit card number, such that if you get banned, all of the credit cards associated with your account can also get banned. So if somebody else tries to create an account, potentially you trying to create an account again, that number for payment is no longer valid. That phone number is no longer valid. That's one route. The other route is gathering metadata. So if you give them your phone number, then that is data where they can say, this phone plays Genshin Impact this much. And that's data that they might sell to other people. Okay. We check if we should delay. No. Okay. If delaying, then we update, and then we return delay. I want to hold it a steady 60. We've actually spent a great deal of time in the past getting it to that point. Like, I don't want it to slow down at all from 60. If we exceed 60, that's fine, but I've currently got it as that's the cap. There are countries that are working on rules for that kind of thing. It varies. Some companies try to present the idea of in-game purchases or in-game content as akin to buying a sandwich on a membership program. So I have spent lots of money on sandwiches from your company, but you have banned me from your subscription service. I want all of that money from sandwiches back. Uh, that doesn't mean that that's necessarily an apt analogy, like fully, but that's how it's often presented, is by spending those, those gemstones or whatever, or using the battle pass in any way, you have consumed it. You have gotten your value. You went to the movie, you ate the sandwich, so they don't have to give the money back. But games, it's weirder because there's you have the value of the item you've purchased is not consumed instantly, it's over time. So like, it's not that I ate the sandwich and it was a one-time thing. It's more I don't really know how to continue the sandwich analogy, but it's more like selling a movie. So like a streaming platform has movies available for purchase, and you get kicked off the platform, and now I can't access those movies anymore because you threw me off the platform. Now I have lost access to a product that I paid extra money for. Like, I paid for you to let me watch this on top of either the subscription or just by having an account. That's where we get into with in-game microtransaction kind of stuff. And that's why there are some places that there are some countries and like legal structures where if a person gets banned, they can actually claw back that money. So we update the delay. So we are now delay. And so we go in. We are no longer delaying. We reduce that. Okay. But we never began delaying. Okay. Let's... How did we get to this point? Delaying is false. Delaying is false. How could we get here, in here, without ever hitting this? That doesn't make any sense. We should not be able to get into this if statement if delaying is not already true, and delaying is false as soon as we start spawning. Let's... Fish oil in Warframe? Um, have you been... It's one of the open world zones where you can fish. I think that's how you can get fish oil. I can't remember what they're called. I thought it was like Earth and Venus were the two that you could do open world stuff on. And one of those things that you could do was fishing. And then one of the things that you could get out of fishing by giving it to particular NPCs was fish oil. Okay, so Earth's the one that you need to hit first. I suspect you're trying to get your Arcwing. So, assuming that you haven't gotten it already, you need to start the fishing side game thing. Okay. Update delaying here and begin delay. Time since last spawn is 0 in this process. So we are delaying now, or we should be delaying. Yes. So we're going to skip that. Our delaying, we update delaying, and our delaying is still true. I can't remember all the hoops you have to jump through to do the fishing, like to get the tools for the fishing. But, you know, find a body of water, and then there are, like, ripples in the water where there's a fishing spot. Oh, okay. It's taking quite a while. Taking way longer than it should. Like, 0.5 is half a second. Yes. Ball of yarn. All of the weapons, at least the initial ones, are all going to be cat themed. The other weapon sprite that we have built is a mechanical mouse, a wind-up mouse. Oh, the delaying is adding in. The original joke about the yarn ball when we initially introduced it in the Noida mod and in here is that it's effectively mono wire. So it would hurt very much badly if it touched you. Okay, so in the spawner, we're saying, are you ready to spawn? Sorry. Done spawning. It's not done spawning that we want. We want to know if the chain is delaying. Then, okay, yeah, the harpoon. So use harpoon, get fish, take fish to the fish person, and determine what you can get from that. But eventually you should be able to figure out which fish can get you fish oil from that. I played an absurd amount of Warframe before. I have stopped playing because it ate my time and kept kind of tempting me with microtransactions, and I don't like exposing myself to constant microtransaction temptation. Too much psychic damage. Okay, so in our spawning process, we ask if it's currently done spawning. Then we're going to find out, should we spawn again? But we're going to ask the chain if it's delaying. If any of the elements are delaying, oh dear, I'll probably regret this, but uh 2861.9. That is my time in Warframe. Hours. I think I have more in Final Fantasy XIV. Should be on your item wheel, Sam. Same way you would use like beacons and similar doodads, emotes and sprays and such. We have spent a lot of time in Final Fantasy XIV tasks, and I suspect in the near future we will spend still more. What with Dawn Trail on the horizon. Okay, we begin a delay, and that should throw us out of the spawn process. Delay. Not good delay. And next positioner, then the delay is equal to next positioner is delaying. Turn to delay delta delta. Indeed, Zell. Indeed, we definitely started early. I don't recall. Yeah, eventually you'll be using different types of harpoon. There's even there's like an electro taser for fishing on Venus. I'm concerned that I still remember this much about Warframe. It's not surprising, but it's still one of those like, oh dear, it's that embedded. Okay, so we're gonna ask if it's delaying. Hello, Moose. Delta. Okay, we're not going to check these until we need to. If not delaying. Yeah, Warframe also suffers from massive feature accretion. The development studio is very, very prone to making a new shiny thing instead of going back and polishing the old rusty things. You know, we know that this old thing is not working how we wanted it to, and it doesn't mesh with the new parts of the game, but hey, jingle keys, jingle keys. Okay, if we're not delaying... No, no, no. So the problem is, I don't want to have to go through and keep updating this. Like this. Interval passed, same way. Just seems so messy. We could just have a Boolean of, you know, continue spawn loop kind of thing. Function that returns a Boolean. We'll continue. Boolean is equal to false. Continue is equal to not delaying. We need to make sure that we update this with delta. Like when we're doing the update, that we don't pass in an actual delta to this, that we pass in 0. So we say should continue. If should continue, then we're going to make another check. which is not done spawning. Hello again. I'm going to say Nina. Your account says Nina. I'm almost certainly not going to remember Jeff or something like that as long as the account name is substantially different. But hello, Jeff. Beetle? I do recall that being you three and that you're using a different account. The four-legged thing, I think it's like a Grenier Thumper or something like that. Yeah. The Grenier kind of seismic robot thing. They're another thing that you need to take on for particular Warframe construction. It's one of those dodge the attacks, hit the weak spots. Hello, Fizzy. Should continue is equal to not position or chain, not done spawning. Then if should continue, we could do an end chain with this. We could very well do an end chain with this. Okay, so now we don't care whether it's delaying or anything like that. Ourselves a line of execution. We'll just hit it during initialization. Boolean is equal to that. subsequent times we pass 0 in because delta no longer changes here. Okay, now it won't spawn at all. Okay, why is it not going into this? Should continue is true. So we enter here. Are we done spawning? We're not done spawning. Okay. We should start spawning as soon as we begin here. Yep. Okay, now it's delaying too long. But we had that 1, 2, 3. So not delaying. We're not delaying. We're not done spawning. Okay. I'm sorry. Wait. Okay. We are done spawning. So we shouldn't continue. We're not delaying. But we currently are done spawning, but that doesn't make sense because we should have a start spawning going here. Clear the modifiers, we start spawning. Oh, but we are done spawning. If we're done spawning, we should enter this. And then if we're done spawning, then we should reset it. Okay, we broke that. So we go up here, and we're not going to do start spawning yet. Just once. We're getting close. We're getting close. First time we come in. Check, are we delaying? So we're not delaying, so we should continue. Next we say, are we done spawning? We are done spawning, so we should continue. Next we ask, has enough time passed? So we increment the time by the delta. Oh, no. This is the other way around. If we're done spawning, we should enter, but we shouldn't override. We shouldn't be going for a negative here. We need to fix this further. So this isn't really the case. If we're delaying, we don't care about anything else. So we would just skip through. So this is we are no longer delaying. Okay. So then we go in and say, are we done spawning? So we're ready to spawn again. In general, we're ready to spawn again. So then we increase the time by the delta and say, has the interval passed? Oh wait, I think this might be the other way around. No, we're gonna continue. If we're not in the middle of the delay and we're not done yet, we're gonna just keep continuing. Otherwise, we have to wait the full interval. This is we're not in a delay. As the interval passed. We shouldn't continue yet. We want to get here first. Okay, we got here. So now each subsequent time, I want to know when we get in here. Okay, we went through one loop. We should now be delaying. Yep, we are delaying. So we're not going to make any of the other checks because the interval does not pass. if we're delaying, or if we don't increment it, but time since last spawn should be negated on any of this. We shouldn't continue. So we are delaying right now. So now we're going to say, okay, when are we not delaying? We are no longer delaying. Are we done spawning? We are done spawning, so we can loop around again. Oh, wait, but why are we done spawning? We should not have been done spawning. Not delaying. So first we go until we get in here. It's where we begin our spawn. Now we're going to go until we hit done spawning. We're going to step in. This one, this is our spawn on spawner. Oh no, this is the blobs triggering. I don't want the blobs in the list. They're muddying the waters. Okay, so we enter for the first time. Oh, we shouldn't be doing this. This will skew things. This is going to burn that down really weird. We should only be doing that if when we check this. Has passed. Turn has passed. Still only getting the one, but this should clean up more of it. We got a little bit more time. Okay, so we got to here. So now we want to get past the delay. We are no longer delaying. Half a second has gone by. We are done spawning again. Okay. Birds should not be done spawning after a single one. We're going to add the spread back in. No, that still won't help. We need a bit of a position jitter here. Oh, okay. We'll add the spread back in. That will actually help. Will it? Target direction. This equals to float range. We just need you may offer the idea, yes. I mean, that seems like a terrible thing to do. Okay, it's not that we're spawning multiple on top of each other. Just making sure. Only done adjusting if our bullet count is increased, and we're only done adjusting depends on the vegetable. Well, oh, there we go. It's a bit grotesque. I mean, happily you didn't get to see the punchline of their quote-unquote joke. Wait. We adjust position, but it's only when we call into it. Why does spread work in that case? Like, because we're getting 3 spawning at once. So we start spawning, we adjust the position. Continue spawning is bullet count is less than max. Yeah. We're only done spawning if we're done adjusting. Yeah. And that's, we have all bullets fired. So we finish our adjustment, we begin a delay. Let's actually put that in there. So 1. Okay, something is causing the full reset to happen. All right, I think we're going to wrap up here. I still need to look at this and figure out why the burst isn't working, why the delay pattern doesn't work. So I might look at that a little bit more, or we'll pick up tomorrow with the same pathway. Pretty good run. We started a little bit early so that we could get more done. At this point, we're just about done with the positioning chain and the pattern for it. With burst and spread in there, that covers a lot of ground. Movement patterns having wave, spiral. I would like orbit, where it orbits a particular target. That way we could do something like I mentioned earlier, where you could spawn another projectile on top of a projectile or on top of the player and say, this rotates around the player at a fixed distance, or at least it tries to gravitate towards the position on the circle that it's at. So, whereas with the spiral, it says the radius increases, and similar, the radius wouldn't increase. It would be at a fixed distance around the target, and it would constantly look for that point in the orbit and say, move towards that. By default, it should have enough speed to do that. But if you add extra movement in, it's going to get dragged off of the circle, which could have interesting results. Okay, but we will pick up tomorrow. Thank you everybody for watching with us today. Hope you had a good time. Hope you learned some stuff. And if not, I hope it was interesting watching me try to do live debugging. That said, have a good rest of your day, and I hope to see you next time.